Hello everybody, I'm getting all set up again. So let's see what we can do here. Let's go here. Boom. Okay, well that works. Alright. So hopefully you guys can hear me okay. I tried tinkering with some settings here, so hopefully I sound better, all that stuff. But let's get started here. So let's do this. I know me being on time is kind of a shock to people, so I'll let people come in here for a second. I'll get stuff ready to go. Let's shuffle our cards here while we're waiting for everybody to come in. Let's do, so we're going to do July 10th, which is Saturday. Then we're going to do July 11th, which is Sunday. And then we're going to do July 12th, which is Monday. So it's going to be a 3-day general reading instead of the 2. But seeing as I'm going to be off for 2 days until Monday, I feel like it's okay to do it that way. Make sure all the bases are covered, so to speak. Okay. So let's keep shuffling here. Let's do one more shuffle. Get it all going. Now I remember. Forgot something. Let's do the lights here. Background. 1 second. Okay, so let's do, what does 6 look like? 7? No. 8 is just kind of a solid color, which it's not bad. 3. 4 is the favorite. I do believe that 4 is the way to go. Alright, so let's zoom in a little bit here. Okay. And we can get everything in frame here. Oh, there we go. Alright guys, so let's get started here. In just 1 second. Okay. Alrighty, so let's shuffle these up and then get ready for our generals for the day, and then we can jump into questions. Let's do a couple more shuffles of these ones, and then let's go into the next one here. Alright. Let's do this. We got 3 decks we're shuffling here, and then we will jump straight to the generals. So we're going to do Saturday first, Sunday, and then Monday. So bear with me, guys, as we get started here. Let's do one more shuffle. And there we go. Hey Liz, how's it going? Changed some settings, so hopefully the audio and things like that are working better, but we'll see. Okay, so Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, let's start with our generals here. So we're going to do, let's do Saturday first, obviously. I feel like that's a good way to start. If we go from Monday and back, it might get a little confusing, so we'll do Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. I'm sorry about the yawning, guys. Okay, so let's do pile 1. So here's what we get for pile 1. We get the Hermit card. The Hermit in the other decks is kind of shown as someone holding a lantern, and they go out and they're finding things, right? So the Hermit card is kind of like self-isolation. This also could be that there's a Virgo coming into our lives in some capacity. That could be something else, because Hermit is the Virgo. But then we have the Star card in reverse. This is Aquarius, okay? So we could be dealing with something like that, or we could be hoping for a caring connection. So there could be distance that could be an issue. There could be something else coming in. These two cards here, both being major arcana, the Star in reverse, is making me feel... Sorry. It's making me feel like things could be moving along, but there could also be something happening where things are slowing down. So this could be an intimate connection, or this could be something that could be more home-based or more relationship-based with family. Primarily, though, I'm feeling like maybe we're mending some relationships or something is happening that way, but it still feels like it could be too little too late. So this could be someone trying to come back in our life after we've said, you know, like we're done with this, we're done with that, and then this person sort of comes right back. Or this person comes back a little bit later and says, well, I'm here now and I want to try something now. To me, it feels like it's more of a family connection. When I see the caring connections here, some of us, it could be an intimate relationship, but part of me is thinking that it is a more closely related connection, not like a romantic connection, so to speak. But that's what I'm seeing here. So that's the first one. That's the first pile. One second, you guys. Okay. Yeah, so that's the first pile. So let's look at the second pile. Let's see what we get here. So we have these cards here. We have Four of Cups, Ace of Cups in reverse, and Healer of the Ages also in reverse. So when we see Four of Cups, Ace of Cups in reverse, and Healer of the Ages in reverse, this is making me think... So tomorrow, Saturday, we could be dealing with someone who has triggered in us... Yes, I'm going good too. A little tired starting this stream. I'm yawning like crazy, but yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good, Liz. Thanks for coming on and doing the moderating. I appreciate that. I'm trying to be on time so that way you don't have to sit there and wait for me forever, but yeah, I'm trying to do better with that. So we see Four of Cups, Ace of Cups in reverse, Healer of the Ages in reverse. And so this to me could be us going within, doing some soul searching, trying to figure ourselves out emotionally. When I see Ace of Cups in reverse, though, it's making me feel like it's not... maybe this isn't what we wanted. So Saturday could be a day that could be a little bit more difficult to deal with. emotionally. It could be a rest day. It could be a day that we're taking off. I'm feeling like if some of us are feeling close to burnout or some of us are feeling like it's time to get out, it's time to do something new, it's better to do it now than to burn out completely and then be like, not know what we're doing, right? Not know what we're doing to ourselves anymore. So the Four of Cups, and I'll show you this card. Four of Cups is a card where this person is sitting and they're kind of lackadaisical, or they're kind of in a daze. Would be how I would describe it. So they're sort of taking life as it is. They're sort of seeing things in a more real way, and sometimes that can be disconcerting. So the Four of Cups to me is kind of, you're coming to some emotional realizations. Maybe they're not exactly fun ones. Usually they're not. When I see Ace of Cups in reverse and then I see Healer of the Ages in reverse, though, it is feeling like we could be going through something. So Saturday could just be, maybe there could be something that triggers us. It could be kind of a more difficult day emotionally. This isn't a bad thing, though, for us to go through. It just, to me, feels like it could be a little bit harder for us to get through. In which case, if we can pamper ourselves or we can do something on days that are difficult, it's a good time to practice self-love. I feel like that's why there's days like that, so that we can practice self-love and so that we can see what that looks like. And we can see how far we've come on our journey of that self-love journey that we've talked about. So however gentle we can be on however bad the day is, it's sort of a way that we can build up that gentle and kindness muscle that we talk about a lot on the channel. So that's what I'm seeing here for Saturday. It's just going to be a day where I do feel like there's going to be connections coming into us. I do feel like it's going to be more familial connections, but for some of us it could be intimate relationships. There could be Aquarius/Virgo individuals coming in or out of our lives. And maybe we're feeling like it was a little too much, a little too fast. Man. Hi, Jenny G. How you doing? But because of that, it could feel that it could be too much, right? So my verdict on this is that this is a good place for us to practice self-love and self-acceptance. It's all lessons, in my opinion. All of it is lessons. So let's do this here. Whew. Really sorry about the yawning, guys. Kind of happened right as soon as I hit play, I started yawning. Okay, let's put these in here. Okay. Hope everyone is well for you. And let's see. Good. Hope all is well for you and everyone. Awesome, Jenny G. Well, welcome. Welcome. Sit back. Relax. And yeah, everything's going good for me. Everything's going good. Just have to stay awake. Have to stay awake. Hey, Molly, how's it going? Looks like we've got some good people on so far. Glad to hear it's going well, Molly. Let's shuffle these other cards here. Hey, Maxine, how are you doing? Yeah, what got into? I can fake yawn in front of my cat. That wasn't a fake yawn, by the way. That was a real one. But I can fake yawn in front of one of the cats we have, Hazel. and she'll actually yawn. It's really cute. Like, I'll do a fake yawn, she'll yawn. And then if I do a fake sneeze, if you do a real sneeze, she kind of freaks out and starts meowing. But if you do a fake sneeze, she's really cute with it. She comes up to see if you're okay, and it's just adorable. She's a very sweet cat. Doing well, Maxine. Why, I've been yawning like crazy, though. Very empathic kitty. Very, very empathic. Very sweet. I've been, she knows, yeah. She's a really good cat. I've been really sad, like crying, and I've been upset, right? My other cat, Yoshi, is kind of oblivious to things, but she'll come up and she'll just be super loving, and she's very sweet. She'll sometimes just come up to me and like she does this little headbutt thing, and then she just keeps walking to wherever she needs to go to, but very, very sweet cat. The yawning? If so, yeah. If so, there's a lot. I've yawned from spirit before, but this is a little excessive. At least I'm not like some psychics and mediums where they pass gas to get rid of the excess spiritual energy. There's nothing wrong with it. I would just think it would be a little distracting during a reading if someone was either farting or burping. But that's just me. Okay, so let's do this here. Okay, guys, pile 1 or pile 2? Oh. It does. I can have the worst day possible, and animals will help make that better. There's plenty of times me and my girlfriend, we go for a walk and we'll see kittens, or we'll see something like a kitten or a puppy or something, or a cat will just come up to us. Immediately it brightens up your day. I don't know what it is. They just are these little beautiful souls coming up to you, and I don't know. Animals are magical in my opinion. Okay. Okay, Maxine says 2. We can do 2. We can do 2. Let's see what we got here. So we'll read pile 2 first, and then we'll read pile 1. So this is for Sunday. Okay. So let's see what we got here. We have 10 of Swords. Kind of a graphic depiction. But the higher the swords go, they kind of represent different things. So 10 of Swords can be a completion of a cycle, but it could be a time of very high anxiety. Because then we have the 7 of Swords. So when I see these two cards right next to each other, this is what I'm seeing. So the swords are air energy, right? And they're mental. They deal with the mental world. That could mean spirits right over by you. For sure, Maxine. I'll sometimes get the ringing in my ear. And then sometimes there's like a feeling, like a buzz or something. It can be a ringing or it can be like a buzz. There's all sorts of different ways that spirit communicates, but that's really cool. And I think you're more clairaudient because you have songs and stuff that come to your head. I feel like you're someone who listens to music, who appreciates music, so clairaudience would come more naturally to you. Yeah. So we have 7 of Swords, 10 of Swords, and Angel of Love in reverse. I didn't show you this one. So there's Angel of Love in reverse. So this, to me, could be on Sunday. There could be an event that's coming up for some of us. and Capricorn came in. So we could be dealing with the Capricorn energy. Um, this right here, hold on. So we could be dealing with some insomnia. We could be dealing with, specifically, I feel like we're dealing with an event where uh, we could have something we go to and we don't feel appreciated, or we don't feel like we belong in this situation. That's what I'm seeing here. We're not the popular person. We're not the popular. We're not in the popular part of the family or the popular part of the room or whatever it happens to be. But it does feel like there could be a gathering for some of us, and people wouldn't necessarily appreciate us. The Seven of Swords and the Ten of Swords, like I said, it's anxiety, it's insomnia. I feel like there's an event coming up, and when events are coming up, I feel like we tend to get very stressed. And when we get stressed, I feel like we have another part of us take over. We kind of go on autopilot, okay? And when I say we, I feel like a lot of us, me included, we do this thing when we're stressed, we try to soothe, and then it turns into a whole situation. So we want to understand why we're stressed and how, whatever it is that we want to do, how that can soothe us, or if it helps us or if it hinders us, right? Tomorrow is your deceased mother's birthday. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, happy birthday to her. That's going to be, I imagine that's a little bit of a, let's see, so that would be July 10th. Okay, sorry. Sort of zoning out there for a second. I feel like spirit's coming in a lot right now, so I'm trying my best to stay on topic, but thoughts keep popping into my head. Okay, so Angel of Love in reverse, though. Like I said, this is us. I feel like we're trying to self-soothe. This would be for Sunday. So I feel like we're trying to self-soothe, and I feel like we're trying to focus more on getting through whatever it is we need to get through. So this to me is a you're welcome, Maxine. You're very welcome. So Saturday and Sunday both feel like they're going to be kind of more spiritually difficult days. I feel like physically we'll feel fine for the most part, but it does feel like it's going to be It feels like it's going to be spiritually difficult, where we're learning lessons or we're applying lessons that we've learned. When I see Angel of Love in reverse, it is telling us that we need to be very kind to ourselves during this period in our lives. I feel like there's this tendency to kind of get ourselves in trouble, or we get ourselves hurt in some way, or we get ourselves emotionally upset, and then when we're in that place, we just berate ourselves. We say we should be able to handle it. We say we should be doing this or this or this, and then we kind of berate ourselves. We keep shitting on ourselves over and over until we're worn down to a nub and we feel like nothing. So we need to practice self-love. We need to practice self-guidance and self-appreciation, right? I know there can be a tendency to feel like everything is happening to us and nothing is happening for us. And that can be something that can be difficult to deal with. It feels life has a way of feeling very personal, right? So because we have an identity and because we're kind of tied to this existence, we tend to take things a lot more personally. And I understand it's difficult to separate from that sometimes, but there's lessons here that we can learn. And self-love, I feel like these kinds of things will keep happening until we understand self-love more and we understand what that means to appreciate ourselves, to understand who we are as people. So let yourself be gentle, be kind during this period. It does feel like it's more spiritual lessons. For some people, there could be a gathering involved, and there could be a lack of appreciation in the gathering. That has nothing to do with a reflection of you as a person. If that's a situation you find yourself in, nothing to do. That's other people putting their stuff on you. Okay, it has nothing to do with you as a person. It's other people trying to make you feel a certain way. So some of us could be dealing with that kind of situation. Please realize that it's other people's issues, it's not yours. If other people have an issue with you, generally speaking, it's them projecting their own issues on you and then declaring you the problem because they don't know how to deal with their own internal world. So they use you as a scapegoat. A lot of people do this because they haven't addressed wounds. It doesn't make it right, and you shouldn't stand for it. Set boundaries, say, I don't appreciate that. But that's kind of where it comes from. Okay, so let's move on to this other pile here. 1 second, hold on. Okay. All right, so here's the other pile for Sunday. Just gonna stretch. Hold on. Oh. Mm. Oh. Okay. So we get these 3 cards here. This is also for Sunday. We get the World card. Then we get Deceit. Hey, Amber. And then we get the Ace of Swords in reverse. So when I see the World, Deceit, and the Ace of Swords in reverse, again, this is feeling like, it feels like on Sunday, we're going to have an opportunity to break away from a cycle that's been bothering us for a long time. So when I see the World, Deceit, and the Ace of Swords in reverse, we're having an opportunity to break away from mental patterns that no longer serve us. So we're saying, I don't want to feel this way anymore. I shouldn't have to feel this way. And we're focusing more on allowing ourselves to sort of be present in the moment instead of. So, with, I'm just going to rant here for just a second. And I do this too, right? There's a lot less time nowadays. It feels like there's a lot less time than there used to be, and a lot of us are on our phones. A lot of us are not in the present moment, and I'm feeling like in order for us to get better, in order for us to understand ourselves more, we sort of have to put down the technology, and we have to sort of see what's going on with us, check in with ourselves. I've been guilty of it many, many times, where I just escape into my phone or I escape into video games, whatever it happens to be. I use those as an escape. And in order for us to get better, and in order for our worlds to get better, we have to pay attention to us. We have to pay attention to our emotional world. And if we're checked out all the time, if we're on our phone, if we're trying to numb ourselves from feeling, we don't get rid of those feelings. We bury them alive, and they're going to claw their way out eventually. But if we don't acknowledge them in the moment, they'll come out in a way later on that is very unexpected and embarrassing because it's happened to me. We never get rid of them. We never outsmart them. They're kind of always there. And so it's up to us to sort of go back, dig some stuff up, see what's going on with us, and go from there. So the World card. So I'll hold these cards up here so you can see what I'm talking about. So we have the World card, okay? Then we have Ace of Swords in reverse, and then we have Deceit. Okay. Now, when we're looking at these cards, when Ace of Swords is in reverse, that to me is the refusal of new ways of thinking. So maybe we have a book, or maybe we have something we feel like we need to watch, or something we feel like we need to do that will help us better ourselves, but something is preventing us from doing that. For instance, I do this. I know I need to improve on something. I know it's good for me, but I procrastinate on it, right? I want to work on that, but I'll do it tomorrow. No, I'm just kidding. See, I can't procrastinate procrastinating because I don't even know if there's a word for that. There's probably a German word for it, and when I find that out, I'll let you guys know. But basically, what I'm trying to say is that for us to focus on bringing our presence and our attention into the moment is going to help us. Hey, Toto. That's going to help us more than anything. So if we can, let's put down the phone for a minute. Let's put everything down and just have moments where we're focusing on our breathing, we're hearing the birds, or we're fully in the moment, okay? Because there is something that bothers me more than anything else, and it's when other people are not in the moment with you, right? Like you're having a conversation, someone's on their phone, or they're doing something else. I feel like we need to be present with ourselves so that we can be present with others, and I feel like that's a better world that we can live in. We're more connected to people in the world now through Facebook, through social media, and through all these things. We're more connected now than we've ever been, but I feel like we're a lot more lonely because we've traded a physical presence for a digital one, and we didn't get anything in return for that trade. We got the digital you understand what I'm saying. So let's move on into Monday here. So just be present, let yourself experience life, realize that just 10 minutes a day, maybe, just doing something where, allow ourselves to be in the moment, or allow ourselves to kind of daydream, allow ourselves to do something that isn't necessarily always productive or always on our phones. Allow ourselves to be in the moment. Okay, let's move on to Monday. See what we got here. Okay. One second, guys. I know I'm on my phone. I know I said don't be. This is a little different. I need to check to see if there's anything going on, if anyone's paid for a reading yet. So that's why I do that. That, and I don't have the time on my laptop that I'm using. Kind of got rid of all those little windows, so it's just the chat and my software that I use for streaming. Okay, let's shuffle the cards here. Let's see what we get. This will be for Monday. Okay. Okay, let's do a couple more of these. Okay, so Maxine, I am using this one is the Wild Unknown Tarot. Boxes are back there, so I'm not going to show you the boxes. This one is the Fountain Tarot. And then these are the Energy Oracle cards that I use. I might be coming back with some new decks for Monday. I don't know. We're going to go on a little trip. Me and my family are going to go on a little trip tomorrow. So maybe I'll get some more tarot decks. Maybe not. You can never have too many, though, right? I always feel like, as far as an addiction goes, tarot isn't too bad of an addiction. Okay, so let's do this. shuffle here for a second longer, then we'll do Monday. But yeah, the Wild Unknown for the kind of the animal symbology. So this one's the Wild Unknown, and you have the Ace of Wands, and it does more animal themes. Like all of the suit cards are more animal based, and this one is the Father of Swords instead of the King of Swords. And then, like the Hermit in this deck is a turtle with a candle on his back. Super cute. Mother of Swords. So it's a good deck. Honestly, I like this one, and I choose these ones because I like them, but also they're super easy to shuffle. And when you're doing tarot readings, shuffling cards, you know, sometimes your hands get tired. You know, the one deck that I really love, the well, we haven't busted it out for a little bit, have we? Maybe I'll show you that one here. Let's actually trade one of these out for that deck. So give me 1 second here. Let's trade this one out for the other one. Okay, Amber is our first one on the list, so I'll write your name down, Amber. We're still going to do Monday's reading. You know how it works by now. But thank you so much, Amber, for helping to support the channel. Alright, so let's do this. I'll show you this deck here. So this is the True Black Tarot. And those aren't just patterns, that's actually like, you can feel the texture. And the same with the back, it's got that kind of texture. And each of these cards is on a very thick kind of stock paper. So I mean, they're very, very thick, but they have beautiful symbols. The True Black Oracle, or the True Black Tarot deck is gorgeous. I have the, trying to get that camera to focus, hold on. Alright, let's do this. There we go. Yeah, so they're really good cards. We'll use these ones for now. But I've got the one card is in my room as a poster. Because the way the artwork is in this it's just gorgeous. So we'll use this one, and I'll show you some of the stuff next scene. And anyone else that wants to see it. Foiled, like holographic. It's not holographic, but it's beautiful. I can show you a card here. So there's like stuff going on in the card, right? So like this one here is the Hierophant. And you can see like just the detail in the cards is very beautiful. So this one is interesting. It says Destiny, and this is like the Wheel of Fortune. And you'll see there's the threads of fate creating reality up by his head, or her head. Really, really cool stuff. It's a very pretty deck, Amber. It's gorgeous. I just want to show you the one card that I like. Yeah, the black and gold is beautiful. Okay, so this card is my favorite. I want to get this as the poster, another poster for my room. I don't know why I love this card, but this kind of art style just speaks to me. So look at this one. So this is Temperance, and you can see a yin-yang symbol behind her head. And it's just gorgeous. The detail, the red hair, oh, love that card. It's so beautiful. And then let's see here. The Tower card's really cool. And you can see an eye behind. And then you can see the crumbling. And you can see a little fox down by his feet. They're beautiful cards depending on how you look at them. They kind of change a little bit. This one's beautiful too. That gold and the rising of the phoenix. I like that. That one is a really pretty one. And there was one more card here. This one is Death, which I think is gorgeous. Here's the Death card. So he's holding up, he's got that key, but then you can see he has like a skull that he's holding on to. Very beautiful. The Lover's card, and then I'll show you this one, and then this next one, and then that'll be the end, but very beautiful. The only thing with this deck, it's gorgeous, it's beautiful, it is very hard to shuffle, at least for me. Maybe I got little weak baby hands. Little hard to shuffle, though. This is the one I have in my room that's hanging up, the Magician. Okay. I'm a sucker for that kind of, I don't know what you call that kind of art, but I just love it. The Lover's card is really cool. Very beautiful cards, and the person does posters too for the cards, and so that, I'm going to do Temperance for my next poster. Hey Kelly, how's it going? But yeah, I'm going to do Temperance for my next poster, and then kind of go from there. But I love the whole deck. It's awesome. Awesome, Toto. Hopefully that's going well for you, my friend. Glad to hear, Kelly. Now remember, guys, these prices change if you sign up for the Patreon. So just remember that. You get a 30% discount. Okay? You get a 30% discount on the readings, or up to a 50% discount if you go for the higher tier support on Patreon. So just something to throw out there if you guys are wanting to get a question answered. It seems a little too expensive. You guys can go to the support the Patreon, where it'll be anywhere from $5 a month to $20 a month, but you guys also get discounts on readings. So it's up to you guys. But all right, let's do this here. Okay. Let's do this. Let's get these shuffled a little bit more, and then we'll shuffle the Energy Oracle cards here. Okay. One more. Let's do this here. Okay, I'll shuffle these ones. And the five, I mean, even just the $5 a month one is 30% off. So one question would be 7, and then 3 questions would be 18, because I lower the price even more. So yeah. All right. Anyway, let's shuffle here. All right. Okay, so pile 1 or pile 2, you guys, and let's go from there. I'll be right back. Gotta use little boy's room, but I'm coming back. So everyone, pile 1, pile 2. All right, we have two. We have 2 and 2, so we're just going to do 2. That sounds good to me. 2 is the way to go. Let me put this up here. All right. So let's do, well, let's read the first one. Or let's read the second one first. That's where it gets confusing. And then let's read the first one second. Okay. So let's do this. Felt a wave of dizziness. Do believe spirit will be with us here. So this is for Monday. We have hostilities in reverse. Okay. Then we have the Queen of Coins, also in reverse. This is that card flipped upright. And then we have the Five of Wands, also in reverse. So there's a lot of reverse energy going on here. And what I see with this is that on Monday we could be looking at, part of me is feeling like maybe we're walking out of a job situation that no longer serves us, or we're getting out of a situation that doesn't serve us for what we're doing anymore. The Queen of Coins in reverse is sort of stepping away from maybe feeling financially secure, and maybe we're going into a spot where we're not feeling as secure financially. Hostilities in reverse could be maybe us still not knowing if it's the right decision for us to make, and Five of Wands in reverse could be other people telling us that this is the wrong move. But something in us is saying this no longer serves us, and we're not feeling happy, or we're not feeling fulfilled, which to me is very important for us to have in this day and age, right? We don't get back the time that we spend doing something we don't like. So Five of Wands in reverse, hostilities in reverse, Queen of Coins in reverse. Five of Wands is an interesting card. So Five of Wands upright is kind of like people sparring. When people are sparring, it's kind of like they're testing skills, right, with each other. They're kind of seeing where each other's at. They're gauging each other, but it can be sort of more playful. When I see the Five of Wands in reverse, to me this could be that it's not necessarily a playful kind of energy. It feels like life on Monday is that we're taking it very seriously. And I don't feel like there's anything wrong with taking life seriously, but it feels like it's a stance where when we take life seriously, we become stubborn. When we become stubborn, we become rigid. And when we become rigid, other viewpoints, other points of view are harder for us to understand or take in, right? I do truly believe that humans work on an absorbing kind of way. They work in an absorption kind of way, where they tend to absorb the environment around them. They tend to focus on that. And that could be an empath thing as well, where we kind of take in the belief systems of other people. We take in all this stuff. So for you to want to branch out and maybe try something different, looking at trying something very different or unique, I feel like there's kudos to you, because other people would be telling you how difficult it would be. Instead of celebrating the fact that you want to try something new, other people could be telling you how difficult it is. But it's important for you to remain on your path as much as you can and realize that nobody can be a better you than you, right? And that's the only comparison we need to make. Do we feel like we're better yesterday than we are today? Do we feel like we understand things just a teeny bit more? Do we feel like we're practicing self-love more? Do we feel like we're caring more? That's the important thing. To me, that's the ultimate important thing. Okay, so let's move on to pile 1. And let's see what we get here. Macaroni and cheese sounds really good. Just kind of popped in. Macaroni, yes please, with cheese. It's always good. All right, so we're going to move on to pile 1, and we're going to have community in reverse. We're going to have my favorite card, Temperance. This one is also in reverse. Spread those wings, girl. All right, and then we're going to have the Eight of Coins in reverse as well. So on Monday, Community in reverse, Temperance in reverse, Eight of Coins in reverse. Again, this is relating to a possible job situation, stepping out of a job, possibly getting out of one situation so that we can put ourselves somewhere else. This to me though feels like part of me is going to say this. So it feels like we're doing it kind of hastily. I feel like we're being impulsive. That doesn't mean that it's wrong. That does not mean that it's wrong, but what it means is that maybe we don't necessarily have the steps planned out. Maybe we did this a little too quickly. I feel like it's too late to go back now, and I don't feel like we did it the wrong way, but it's going to be a little more difficult because maybe we don't have steps 1, 2, and 3 figured out. We're kind of hoping steps 4, 5, and 6 will come along though, but that's what I'm seeing here. So we're sort of in that place. Community in reverse, Eight of Coins in reverse. We're leaving a situation where we could be in contact with certain people, and now we're not in contact with them, or we're getting out of a job, we're getting out of a situation that no longer serves us. Temperance in reverse, though, it does feel like we could be acting. So Temperance is Sagittarius. When I see this in reverse, we're acting even more impulsive, and I know Sagittarius can be very impulsive, but this to me feels like we're doing it in a way that could be harmful to ourselves, because I feel like it may be the right choice for you, but again, it feels like we were maybe a little too hot-headed with it. So yeah, so I'm feeling like it's sort of like we're leaving a situation, we're getting out of a situation, maybe breaking a contract or maybe breaking out of something so that we can find something better. But I feel like we're doing a lot of this in the heat of the moment, and once things kind of settle down, we're going to have some deeper questions to ask ourselves. Not a bad thing at all. Not bad at all, but this is sort of a quickening to awakening. This is sort of a fast path towards awakening. But everyone knows when we're on the fast path towards awakening, it can be a difficult path, especially at first. Um, yeah, so that's what I've got there, you guys. Okay, so Amber, would you want to ask your question? Okay. Okay, Amber. I can be patient. Type your question out. Whoops. You'd like more details. Okay. So let me... Could I connect psychically, Amber, and see what I can get? I'll grab a piece of paper just for the psychic connection part. That's something we want to try. Yes, prior to that gig, I thought I had a great relationship with Lindsay, my particular agent, and got her work. Okay. So let's try this here. Okay, so you want more details on the agency. So first thing I'm getting is... Okay. First thing I'm getting is the word tactile, which is interesting. They booked someone else from your agency. Okay. Okay, was this person younger? What did this person have? I'm curious if it was like in... She knew you had a working relationship already. Okay. I'm wondering who this person was that came in. I'm wondering if there was maybe, what do you call it, ageism, or if there was something. Well, I'm just curious who this other person was. First thing I got was tactile, so I feel like this agency works in... They kind of want to rotate through talent, but in a way that feels pretty sleazy. Kind of like when you're a hot ticket item, you're hot, but when you're not, I feel like this agency tends to sort of distance themselves. That's kind of what I'm feeling here. The word tactile comes in, but I don't feel like they're tactful. I feel like they work through experiences and through getting there. I feel like they kind of go through people. They find one person they really like. They stick with that person, and then other people kind of go off on the wayside, is what I'm feeling. And they kind of exclude other people when they're no longer the hot item, so to speak. I'm curious if maybe that was happening. Move this over here. That's the weird part. Okay. So it feels like the energy we're talking about feels confusing. but it also feels like the best way I can describe it would be kind of like they're in it for themselves or in it for the bottom line. I feel like maybe they try to appeal to people, they try to show them that they're in it for the long haul kind of a thing. But there's something about the agency that feels sleazy, right? And I feel like that's not a norm, or that is kind of par for the course, so to speak. Um, I got the words out of bounds. So this is making me wonder if maybe you did something, and I'm not doing it like finger pointing. I'm not saying it like that. I feel like there's something going on here where these people were looking for a reason to do what they did, like not getting you work and doing stuff like that. When I see out of bounds, it makes me wonder if you said something to them, which I feel like you had every right to say something, but it feels like I how do you put this? I feel like because if something happened and it pushed you far enough, I do feel like you would say something. In this situation here, these people I feel like started falling off the wayside with you. And then I'm feeling like you tried to say something or you tried to do something to get their attention. And this company or this agency feels like they just kind of left you in the lurch, so to speak. That's what I'm getting here. The out of bounds comment was just interesting because I'm wondering if that means I feel like you were in every right to do what you to be you, but this agency just works in a different way, in a non-ethical way, is what I would say. Um, let me see what else I get here. Okay, let's see here. You were actively getting them work, so you became your agent's agent, or your agent's agent, kind of a thing. Okay. Mm. So, would it be safe to say, Amber, that they kind of used your know-how or something? They used your kind of networking influence to get them work when they should have been doing. It just sounds to me like it was kind of a shitty agency, a shitty deal, where you're getting work for them. You also negotiated your own gigs because Lindsay wasn't responding. Okay, okay. Yeah, so it feels like there was a lot of negligence on the part of the talent agency, and it feels like these people just sort of hop around to whoever they would find the most interesting or whoever they think they could get the most work for. They don't seem like an agency that has like honor, if that makes sense, or people that would operate that way. Maybe there's people in the agency that have that, but I'm feeling like the day-to-day kind of minutia of this company, it doesn't feel like these people operate on like good morals or good ethics. It feels like there's something kind of blocking that flow here with the agency. And I remember you telling me that they lied on your resume before, which is totally unprofessional. That's I don't care if they're trying to get you work or not. They work with what you have. They are an agency. They get you work through telling the truth and through reputable. Anyway, anyway, I won't go off on that, but it's definitely one of those things that's not. It's easily. avoid it. Let me. The problem is I'm still represented by one of their departments. I want to go to another agent, but don't know if they'd accept me. I know it's kind of okay, Amber. So do you have a deal or a contract with this agency that you're with now? I sure as hell hope too that when you are negotiating your own terms to these people, it technically expired and I can leave. Okay, perfect. Um, Let me ask you this, Amber. When you were negotiating your own terms with your kind of gigs and stuff that was going on, did you still have to pay them a percentage? Even though you were negotiating it yourself and you were doing it yourself, I imagine you still had to give them some kickback, right? Hopefully that wasn't the case. You haven't updated anything and you're on probation with them right now. It honestly sounds like that's not a bad thing. Amber, it sounds to me like you kind of know what you want to do. If there is another agency, I say strike while the iron's hot when it comes to this. You don't know if they would accept you, but you're on probation with this agency right now anyway. So I would say put in, ask if they'll accept you, see what happens. Worst case scenario is they say no. Okay, yes, I sent her emails and let them in on everything. Okay. But I would say there's probably no harm in like looking for another spot, looking for something else, and then sticking, it because this agency doesn't. I don't want to say you couldn't do worse, but I also don't want to say that this agency has integrity either. It feels like they just sort of do whatever they want, and then they let other people kind of fly by on the wayside, so to speak. Worst case scenario, you try to go with a different agency, they say no. You still you still have this one, but best case scenario is there's another agency, you go with that agency, and it's better, right? And then you're on probation and you're done with them anyway, so it's expired, so I don't see any issues. Either way, I can look here. Hold on. Give me 1 second, Amber. I just gotta close this door. Okay, so let's look. The agency you want to go to, so let me look at that. Okay, do I see any possibility with the agency you want to go to? Okay, so I'm seeing the letter, and you can let me know if I'm right or I'm wrong, Amber. Please let me know. I'm still training as a psychic. If not, we'll just do the tarot cards, the oracle cards. But I'm seeing the letter F, for the agency. I don't know if they start with the letter F, but I'm wondering if they do exclusively like female representation or if they do something where it's more focused on women. I'm not sure what it is you're thinking of doing. Um, or maybe something to do with the element of fire. That's interesting. If not, that's perfectly fine. I'm just throwing out what I'm getting, and if it's not correct, that's okay too. But let's see what else I can get here, though. Spider symbology coming in. Okay, so spider. I'm wondering if they have different kinds of deals than the agency you're with now. When I see the spider, I'm feeling like with this other agency, maybe we wouldn't make as much at first. We wouldn't be making as much at first, but I feel like if we were dedicated and we were trying with this new and with this new agency, there tends to be a feeling of making more eventually than what we were making before. The logo is all orange, starts with a B. Okay. Okay, that's fine. The F coming in was interesting. Well, maybe there's someone with the initial F, first or last name, that would be influential in something going on there. It feels like this is a strong... It feels like it's a strong connection here. The spider symbology does make me think that we're building our own web or we're networking ourselves more is what I would feel like. I don't know. This agency feels a little more, I guess, free with the way they do things. But there's also a sense of these guys know what they're doing more than the agency you're with now. I don't know if they're more exclusive or what's going on there. But it does feel like this one has a little more prestige or a little more elegance than the one you're with currently. Let me see what else I can get here. Do they do... They're the best ranked. Okay, so that makes sense. Do they do film and stuff like that as well? I saw a film reel. I'm wondering if they do movies and shows and stuff, or do they just handle dancing? All right, hold on. As soon as I close the door, the cats want in. It's always how it is with cats. It's just wondering. Hey Ty, how's it going, buddy? Okay. So Amber, with this connection, I feel like nothing ventured, nothing gained, kind of a thing. I would say try and see with this connection. What I feel is if you get in, I feel like this would be a good place to go to. It does feel like there could be a little bit of resistance or pushback, simply because I feel like these people they're more exclusive, right? There tends to be they're a little more picky. I'm doing good, Ty. I am doing good. But I feel like, Amber, I feel like if you go and you talk and you share your experiences in the industry, things that have happened, the positive kind of experiences, you give them your resume, hopefully you can get to speak with somebody. I do feel like they would like you as a person, but this place feels like it's very busy and it feels like people are moving quickly. So I don't feel like it would be a bad option for you to go with these guys, but getting in is another story. I feel like you might have to try a couple times to get in with these guys, because it honestly feels like the first time it just feels like they're really busy, or it feels like they just don't have the time, right? You're a different type than they usually represent, but there's no one there like me. Okay, so that's good. You could use that. You could use that as kind of a, I've got something unique to offer. I like that. You got the chutzpah. You got that thing going. That's good. You go in there with that kind of confidence, that's going to be perfect. But you have to display that and say how you could fit in or say different things here. I am feeling like there could be a few jobs if we get in with this company where you're going to have to kind of prove what you can do and kind of what's going on. But I feel like things could happen here, and I don't see any negatives with this necessarily. So I feel like it's just kind of getting your foot in the door with these people would be good, and just getting your name out there. I'm sorry to hear that, Ty. I'm sorry to hear you've been feeling down, my friend. Good, good. At least you're feeling better, so that's good. That definitely is good. But is that making sense, Amber? I'm feeling like there's a possibility here, but it does feel like it's going to be a little more difficult than signing up with another agency, just simply because they kind of represent the exclusives, right? They kind of represent the best in the industry, and I feel like you're definitely good enough, but you have to go in there with that confidence. And I do feel like they're going to have you try and prove yourself, or have you try and improve kind of what you can do. But to me, it feels like I've been saying, nothing ventured, nothing gained. So I would say try with these people, try and set something up, try and see what's going on that way, and go from there. Because I feel like that would be a good place for you to at least try, getting your foot in the door, so to speak. And where you're done with where you're on probation from the other company, and your contract, or your contract is technically expired, I don't see why you couldn't shop around and like look at different options. I don't see why that wouldn't be on the table. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, give it a whirl, Amber, and kind of see what's going on that way. But I feel like you get your foot in the door with these people. I do feel like they would really like you, but it's that initial first part. I do feel like is going to be a struggle. Um, and I do feel like these people will. I keep saying busy, and I mean that. I feel like it's going to be kind of hard to get in contact with them at first, and then it's going to be hard to set up like a, I don't know what you call it, a consultation, an audition. But then once I feel like that's in the clear, I feel like there's going to be room for you. You're very welcome, Amber. You're always welcome. Thank you so much for helping to support the channel, as always. Okay, you guys, so I will be right back. And whoever wants to be next in line, you guys are more than welcome. The polls are completely open, so feel free to donate. You would be the next person in line. If not, we'll just come back and we'll do some story time. So let's see what we can do here. But like I said, I'll be back. Just give me a second. Okay, so we can do some story time here. Alrighty. So, since we're not going to be doing questions that relate to our personal lives, do you guys have any questions just in general? If not, that's okay. But I'll wait for just a second. Does anybody do any artwork, either digital or with watercolors or like any kind of artwork or anything creatively artistic? That is a good question. In general, how much does spirit influence when you ask questions? Like, how much does your own side count? That's a good question. Um, Lots of art there. Okay. So, a lot of times, I feel like spirit will guide me towards. It's kind of like spirit takes me to a certain part because I'm still learning, I'm still growing as a medium and as a psychic. I think every person is, but a lot of times I kind of arrive to a certain point and then I sort of take it from there. If I'm doing mediumship, I always let spirit come in and talk and let them guide the conversation. But if I'm doing tarot readings or if I'm doing a psychic reading, sometimes it gets to a point where, for me, I can sort of understand. I can understand what's going on. We talk about a lot of like people that have been through abuse or trauma on the channel, and so spirit does come in and it chimes in and it has its own wisdom, and then I can say my piece as well. But I would say depending on the question, depending on how the person asks it, what exactly is going on, it can be 50-50. It can be a little bit more on it's 100% or as close as it can be when I do mediumship that spirit comes in. Um, but primarily the psychic work and the tarot cards I feel like is more 50-50. It's kind of like I go off of things I've learned and things I've been through, but spirit comes in too and helps guide the conversation. Does that help answer that question? Okay, hold on one second. Gotta close the door again. Hold on, guys. Okay. And what kind of art do you do, Anne? Digital mostly. I do digital too. Um, I use Procreate on the iPad. I don't know if that's what you do, but the iPad for me has been a good platform. to sort of express myself. I used to not do anything like that, but through certain drawing apps and stuff like that, I've been able to understand things. So, but digital's fun. Digital's really fun to do. You got all the different kind of things. Mm. It's mainly just going off when I do my readings. You mean, or when you do your? For me, it depends. It does depend. My own mind, of course, comes into play because um, I don't go into a trance and have something else come over. But just from what I've done and what I've been through, and the things I've experienced in my life, and different, I guess, different life circumstances and events, I feel like it's more 50-50. But sometimes, yes, my own experience comes in and helps kind of guide that conversation, just because I do understand where it's going a little bit more. Again, if people have been through certain abuse situations, or people are wondering about something, a lot of times I feel like, for instance, people can be in bad um, relationships in their adult life. They can have an unsupportive spouse or partner, or even someone who's narcissistic. And I honestly feel like a lot of that comes into what I've been learning about narcissistic abuse and what I've personally gone through myself, as well as people that have been close to me. Right, right. And so, and well, I can show you some here. Give me 1 second. I'll show you some of the art that I do. I'd say you could show me yours, but I feel like it's a little more one-sided, so hold on 1 second. Not gonna happen. Okay, I'll show you this. Oh, Toto, I'm sorry there was a seizure warning. I dealt with those myself when I was younger. I understand, Toto. You're good. You can come on here. There will be no seizure warnings on here. Or no. Yeah, you're good. I used to deal with those when I was little too. This was my latest, one of my better ones that I did. So I'll show you this. So just kind of, I think they're called mandalas. It's basically just a geometric flower that I draw. Really like the geometry stuff here. Not bad. Okay. Well, thank you. I'll take not bad. Let me find the one on here. There's that one that I did. I wish I knew what exactly vector-based meant. I've heard vector used before. I'm not sure exactly what it means. And you don't have to tell me. I'm just saying. Let's see. So you can kind of see the detail. It's sort of hard to see the detail. I had one on here, but I can't find it. There's that one. "3D basically put into 2D. Oh, okay. And primarily for me, it's the flowers. I do some characters too. Let me see if I can find the one on here. I had a folder on here that had all my stuff, but I don't know where I put it. I draw a point and iterate around a few angles, right? So what I do... Okay, there's one. No, never mind. I'm not going to say everything that I do. I like to keep a little bit of the mystery. But I kind of draw out first, and then I come inward, if that makes sense. I did this one, kind of an illustration, sort of Adventure Time-esque. This is a princess doll that I drew. Yeah, I don't know where Liz is. I'm not really sure. Alright, let's do one more here. I thought I had the one on here, but I don't. Most artists know the deal. Yeah, I figured on that one. This one's called Night Flake. This is a Rafflesia flower that I did. I kind of didn't do the outline right with that one. I mean, it still looks okay. Here's... There's a... This one's a weird one. This is a pug flower. Okay, so you're liking them? You're liking them okay? Freehand? You mean like without any of the gimmicks? I don't. My hands, I have kind of shaky hand. I think that's what you're asking. I'm not sure. Because the thing I use does, it like snaps the circles and stuff for you. This one is a bear's head that is covered in some, I don't know, some caramel, some chocolate. It's like a chocolate bear apple thing. Like not masked. Give me 1 second here. So none of my, I don't think any of my stuff is masked the way I think you're asking. All of this to see how you flow with it. Okay. I kind of create one piece and then I go around that one piece. But let me look here a little bit more. We have this one here. This is putty. You can see he's got a little friend with him. He's a little scared, but that's what makes him good. Go for it. Go for it, Toto. Have a good one, my friend. I'll show a couple more just because I haven't really shown these. This is my version of a pixie or a fairy. And then, of course, we have the ever popular Captain Marinara. I won't show that one for too long. I might need to look into the vector stuff. I do try and do... well, I've got these ones that are more like illustrative, right? So this is Sherlock Fox right here. Just kind of like an illustration I did, or not an illustration. It's more watercolor looking. Okay, so that's what I got here. I have a few more, but I try to make them crisp and clear as possible. Okay. That's the last one. This'll be the last one I show. Again, it's got that flower kind of theme to it, just with the rainbow and the shine on it. Okay, so Let me move this over here. I can put it right there, I think. Okay. So thank you, Anne, for helping me with that. Hopefully I'm saying your name right. Or for not helping me, but for looking at it and for telling me some different things. I might need to look into the vector stuff, just so I can understand a little bit what you're saying. For me, it's a way to just sort of unwind. I do it to be creative too, but every time I start drawing, I never know where it's going. So it's not like I pick and choose what I want to draw. It's sort of like I do a couple lines or I do a couple things and then I sort of draw it based on that. So I never have a vision in my head usually on what I'm drawing. I've got a couple, the pixel ones are some of my favorite. I think I got another, well, in this one too. I did this as a screensaver for my iPad. It's kind of like got that leaf style. But I'll show the pixel stuff. Well, who doesn't want to see this? I'll just show you this one. It's a birdana. A bird banana. Okay. I thought I had some pixel stuff on here. I'm not seeing it right now, though. And a lot of it is like textures and stuff like that that I work with too. I did this one. Totally looking vector. Okay. Tried to draw it the best I can. It's like a zombie eye with the shadow. Anyway, I'll look up vector art so that I can understand what you're talking about. I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Just so I can understand, because I hear people saying that, and I'm just like, what is that? Okay, and now I know 3D looking 2D. At least that's what I think you said. Okay. So do you have any questions or anything, Anne? It could be, you know, as long as it's not like personal stuff, we can just talk. We can just chat. And I mean, like, if it's a question that everyone can hear the answer to, it's not just about you, then let's chat it up if you want to. You'll definitely think this one. Okay, never mind then. I don't have any of that. I've got things that look a little retro, but not pixel, one dotted it. I don't have that. Sounds kind of fun though. This one you'll think is vector based. I would think, I don't know. Because it's got that kind of shadow to it. I like to add shadow after I do the work. It's kind of hard to see the detail though when I do it that way. What do you do? Thank you, Molly. What do you do, and the like? What's your? You said digital, but what kind of art do you do? Do you do like? Do you do landscapes? Do you do like what kind of art do you do? And we got this one. Sticky note, and there's a little pencil next to him. I'll have to look into that again. I would assume it's program specific. Let's see what else I have here. Oh, digital is in pixel base. Okay. You do digital on free time and vector at work. Cool. Okay. That's awesome. So you would say kind of like art is a little more than a passion for you. It's kind of your livelihood, right? If you get a drawing pad, you can go really natural with the digital. I take it drawing pad is in, let's see, who are the popular ones? Because this one's an iPad. I know there's better ones out there. Um, this one's got pretty, I mean, yeah, I can understand that. I was working on this one using, I don't know if you can even see the detail on that one. I was working on this one the other day. I was focusing on trying to do watercolor looking, and it kind of has that watercolor look to it. So I found a way to make a different kind of texture. And then like this one. I was expecting a lot of stuff coming up when I quit my job. Sadly, it was Spirit wanted me to quit the job at that point. Real fun. That happens sometimes. That does happen, and it's that can be difficult to work out. Hopefully, you're okay. You know, hopefully things are going okay, and hopefully things get better for you. Even though, so I got this one too. Need to work on making the, I tend to make the outline get cut off, so I need to work on that, but yeah. Loving it, but you need a whole different math rotation setup to go with that to make it look really cool. Vector will do that for you. Okay, I promise you, and I promise I will look into the vector part. I have a pretty powerful laptop, so do you kind of just dump the art in there and then it does its magic, or do you have to create inside of the vector space and then it does something? And are the programs free? A loss with the detail. Okay, so it works on the bigger picture stuff, but you need something for the minor. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. What do you use as your drawing tool? I'm like I said, I'm using an iPad. What brand do you use for your drawing? Because what was it? What was that super popular one? There's I think there's Intuos in let's see, and then there's one with an H. Hewen or a yeah, I don't know all the different digital art pad makers, but no free programs that I know of on the Vector. I'll actually look into it. Okay, thank you. If I had like I would Wacom Intuos. Okay, okay. So is that the one you've got? Because I've heard of that one. People seem to love it, but it's specifically just for drawing, right? Okay. Is it like a tablet too, like that you can look at stuff on the internet on, or is it specifically just for drawing and that's it? I'm gonna take a drink here. Mm. Ah. If I had something I could do with my art, I'd totally pay for a program. You can use it as a mouse. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's kind of like you have your desktop in front of you, and then you have this here, and so instead of having a mouse, you just have a little. Okay, okay, I could see how that would be useful. It will work with free drawing vectors as well, but it is a bit on the side. Better flow with getting things down. That makes sense. That makes a ton of sense. I'll look into it on the. Let's see. Okay, okay. When you draw in a vector program, if you want to do that, it will interpret your draw and cast it into a vector string. Okay, so that sounds complicated. I'm sure it's not. Like I don't have to do the math in my head or anything, but a mathematical line area. Okay, okay. I figured. For this though, The iPad, I mean, this thing's pretty good with what you can do. I'm sure your Wacom Intuos is better, but this one has, let's see here. You can make perfect circles with this. I'm sure you can do that with your thing as well. And then, so you can like, I drew that just barely, just a little circle. Again, I'm sure this is stuff your stuff can already do. But then we can kind of do that. It's basically, okay, so CAD. So I turned that circle into like a flower petal kind of shape. That's one of the things I do, basically get the shape and then get it going that way. If you wanted me to create the stuff I was creating on paper, you'd be a little disappointed, let me put it that way. Just don't feel like I have that steady of hands to do that kind of stuff. Okay, here. And then you can pull on corners and sets it to get it totally perfect without redrawing. I can justify it if there is one that's paid and it actually is, legit, and I can use it. It might be something I need to look into. I just don't know what I could use my art for necessarily. I mean, I guess just having fun and drawing would be something, but I would also want to use it. Yeah, but Photoshop, yeah, and Photoshop's good, but that costs money as well, right? For the Adobe suite, that's like, I think that's like $30 a month. At least here in the States it is. Honestly, though, I've been meaning to learn how to draw better, like with using digital art. It just feels like it's kind of intimidating to get started with. I think it's cool when people can do it, though. Okay, I'll look up the free versions for a later date. Okay, cool. I appreciate that. That's awesome. How long, Anne, how long have you been on your spiritual journey? Did you have like kind of an awakening that happened and that was it? Or what do you feel like happened? Or what got you into spirituality? Let me put it that way. 25 years or so. Oh, energy and out of body experiences. That's that was one of my starting points as well. The out of body experiences, astral projection. Yep, absolutely. It's really cool stuff. And then you have near death experiences, and with the out of body experiences, right? You have your different sleep states, like your so you have the let's see, hypnagogic is right before you go to sleep, like your eyes are closed, you're almost asleep, but you're not quite asleep. You're in between sleep and awake. And then hypnomopic is when you're waking up in the morning. If I can remember right, you're waking up in the morning, you're not quite awake, but you're not asleep either. And those apparently are the best times to do the astral projecting, relaxing yourself and stuff like that. And I got to meet the guy that did binaural beats. He was one of the inventors of binaural beats, and that supposedly helps you with astral projection. He was really cool too. I got to watch him teach a class, and he was a really nice guy. And one of his teachers was the guy who coined the term astral projection, Robert Monroe. Yep, it will happen by itself if you're set up, absolutely. But Robert Monroe coined the term astral projection, which I thought was kind of cool. But that's the cool part. That's the cool part. He has a book on out of body experiences. It's kind of technical. Um, he was very technical, actually. I feel like the book, it said you need to sleep with your head due north and your feet facing it. Like he had it down to this weird science way, and you can do it however you want. But for him, it was very specific. And I mean, that gave him results, and so he recorded that. Robert Bruce, yes, Robert Bruce is good too. Um, this guy is also good. I think his name is Graham Nichols. Yeah, right here. Graham Nichols, Navigating the Out of Body Experience, Radical New Techniques. That was a good book. It's been a while since I've read it. That was a good one, though. But yeah, the astral projection part is very fascinating. And then there's more levels after that too that some people have talked about. Some of the earlier spiritual, like let's see, what was his name? I think his name was Charles Ledbetter, and Madame Blavatsky were very popular in the spiritual community back in the late 1800s, I think. But they were very active in ways that their abilities were like next level. Um, and they talked about navigating the different things. So when you astral project, you can keep projecting the body further and further. So you have the physical body, then you have the etheric double, is what they call it. Then you have the astral body, then the mental body, and yeah, Blavatsky. Okay, so you know Blavatsky, very talented person. I mean, she was incredible. She had all of the psychic abilities. She had, I mean, I don't think anyone has come close since she was around. And Charles Ledbetter was incredible too. And they started the Theosophical Society, if I can remember that right. Um, I've read some of Charles' work. I haven't looked a ton into Madame Blavatsky. I probably need to, but both astounding pioneers in their work. But no one There's a lot other. Yeah, there is. There's a ton of other people. I'm just focusing on the two that I know of. But yeah, there was a lot. One second here. But yeah, there were other people. I feel like that absolutely reading only goes so far. Well, at a certain point, you have to have the experiences. I think that's what you're trying to say. The experience takes it a lot further because we can read and read and read, but until we've had an experience, it makes it so that we just don't get it, right? Life experience takes that. Needs to get done. Experiment away. Absolutely. 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 Like with, hold on here. Like with psychic ability, you have there's two, I mean, there's more, I'm sure. And I'm broadly categorizing psychic ability. But there's the subjective psychic ability and then there's the objective psychic ability. So subjective would be like if I did a reading for you, I'm picking up information that probably only another psychic that was in tune with me and in tune with you at the same time could pick up on. So no one else is seeing the same stuff I'm seeing. No one else is experiencing the same stuff I'm experiencing. So therefore, it is subjective. I'm the one doing the reading. It's subjective to me. Um, Now, there are objective things that can happen with psychic abilities. You have like telekinesis, you have things that happen with physical mediumship, and some of the other kinesises as well, telekinesis, aerokinesis, hydrokinesis, um, where other people can see that and they can understand that it's objective because other people can observe the psychic ability. But yeah, you probably already know that. That's something I'm just throwing out there. And to me, it's just fascinating. The reading parts are subjective, yes. The other parts are not subjective. You need something that you can cope with or it will just pass by. It's a it's interesting. I mean, it is interesting. Because I know for me personally, right, right. It might be objective, but you probably right. Absolutely, you're correct. Depending on how the person is, when you say cope, now I understand what you meant by that. Okay. Um, yeah, you could show someone psychic ability or you could show them telekinesis. If the mind or the brain isn't ready to comprehend it, doesn't matter. You're absolutely right because they'll shut themselves off to the idea. People have people do not want to have their reality rocked like that. People don't want to have that happen. If they're ready for that to happen, they can see it for what it is. But if they're not ready, you're absolutely right. Um, I personally believe if you know people argue over dumb things now. And I know psychic ability, people think it doesn't even exist in any form. So I could understand why they would find it difficult. Yeah, or you just speak out without knowing what you're saying. Yeah, you can do that too. That's kind of why you got to be careful with this stuff. And it's always why when I'm doing readings for people, I ask if I can connect with them psychically, because I feel like it's intruding on somebody's space, right? There are definitely open-minded people, but there are other people who are much more closed off in that area. That's the objective way, just getting spirit telling the way. Yeah, there's spirit can do wonders. In my opinion, and what I feel like is, I feel like spirit has it right, but I feel like the people, me, other people that do mediumship, that do psychic ability, I feel like they have biases that make it hard for them to do the work objectively. So the message can become skewed or can become misinterpreted because there is the medium, there's the mouthpiece that's moving through. Unless you do trance mediumship where your consciousness is literally off somewhere else, then when spirit comes through, it's going through your mind and then you're saying the message. Right, right. You do need to do your stuff. I think a lot of it is spirit. I do think a lot of everyday things are spirit. I mean, we're spirit, technically. We're possessing ourselves, but technically we're spirit in meat suits. This is the meat suit right here. So, hold on one second here. I'll be right back, and just give me a second. I'm going to come right back, so hold on one second. Just do that. Yeah, yeah, they can get in on much. Yes, I think. I honestly think, and that we're the universe experiencing itself. Just going to focus a little bit. The dial keeps going. Okay. I think we are the universe experiencing itself through different incarnations, but we're all universal. We're all one. But we put in, there's a lot of things that kind of separate us, quotations. Um, but I do think it's all spirit based. In my opinion, I think all of this is kind of an illusion. It's like we're in a program or a simulation. I feel like our opinions matter, our actions matter, but I think the only thing we take with us when we leave this place is love and experiences. And I feel like that's the universe's way of trying to connect with us. I mean, that's my take on it, but that's kind of a big philosophy. I'll ask you what you think, but if you don't want to type it all out, I could understand. Because it is kind of a bigger question, let's say. Absolutely. I don't mean it's not real. I don't mean it's not real. I feel like I feel like reality in itself is an illusion, but what we experience is real, if that makes sense. Because I feel like we can mold reality. I feel like we shape reality with our thoughts, the way we think and how we feel. Um, but again, and that's not just my viewpoint, but that's something that I've adopted. I'm not saying our experiences aren't real. I feel like that's the only thing that is real is our experiences. But yeah, I hopefully what I'm saying makes sense. I would never discount your experiences. I feel like we're missing the point when we start doing that kind of stuff. Sorry, I'm getting schmutz off my laptop here. But also, there are other philosophical questions that need to be looked at, like where do we meet up and how do we decide stuff between us when we have different ways to go about things? What really matters? That's kind of the $1 million question. Okay, so, and I've done some work with spirit, um, doing mediumship, doing my different things. What matters to spirit? Okay. Hey, Angela, how are you doing? So what matters to spirit more than anything, and in my personal belief, right? You don't have to take this on. We're just having a discussion. But spirit wants us to be curious. They want us to look at things. They want us to try to understand that everything's like love based. Um, but curiosity, love, expanding our horizons, having that's something that spirit wants us to do more than anything. In from when I've worked with spirit. So what's important to them is love, experience. I feel like emotional freedom, helping others, right? But not to the detriment of ourselves. If we're helping other people but we're hurting ourselves, spirit doesn't want that. Um, yeah, Angela, go for it. But that's my take on that, on what I feel like Spirit would want. They, in my personal feeling, they would want us to be happy and to be living the life we want to live, but we kind of get in the way of that, or circumstances or our environment gets in the way of that. And so Spirit wants us to, I feel like, succeed and experience love and experience that kind of enlightenment through our lives. Yeah, that's the expanding way, but it will bleed out into nothing. Okay, so let me put this one out there then. So we talk a lot on the channel. We talk a lot on the channel about like healing different systems, healing different ways our brains think and stuff. And so we talk about healing from narcissistic abuse or from being wounded when we were children a lot. And so Spirit would also want us to kind of work on our wounds so that way we aren't hurting other people, right? That's something that we can do. And again, that's the love concept. It's more of a self-love in that scenario, but that's what I feel like is important. I feel like, and a lot of philosophers, I feel like, talk about this. It's kind of like our life matters immensely, but then in comparison to the grand scheme of everything, it doesn't. But our experiences are still valid, right? Removing the barriers, absolutely. Absolutely. And our experiences are still valid. It's still a valid way for us to contribute to the universal consciousness, to the oneness. I feel like we're individuated forms of consciousness and we're working on becoming unity consciousness, but still carrying with us the personality. But what happens when there are no barriers? Okay, so that's a good question. That's a good question. And I can tell you what happens, supposedly. So, Angela, are you okay with me talking about this for just a second? I know you're wanting to probably ask a question. And thank you, Angela, for the donation. I'll address it, but I have an interesting thing that answers that question a little bit. Thank you, Angela. Okay, so I'll talk about this here in a little bit of detail. So what happens when we remove... Okay. All right, and we can do that. We can do it a little bit later. Let me know when you're back and we can continue our discussion. I'll focus on Angela's reading right now. We'll just do it that way. Okay, so let me stretch for a second here. Okay, Angela, so what is your question, my friend? What does your guide want you to know? Okay, let's look at that. So what does Angela's guide want her to know? Let's do this here. What does Angela's guide want her to know? So I get these 3 cards here, and I'll show them to you in this way. So we have Deceit in reverse. Then we have Broken Heart. And then we have Contract in reverse. So I'm going to say this right now, Angela. Do you feel like right now in your life do you feel like you're repeating similar experiences that you've had before? It could be with love or it could be with other things, but I'm wondering here if we're doing something out of habit that maybe we can change about our lives. I'm wondering if there's some change that we can embrace here. Because when I see Deceit in reverse, I feel like, okay. Because we see Deceit in reverse, we see Broken Heart, and we get Contract in reverse. So I'm feeling like we're going back and we're with love. Okay. So the contract, this one, the contract being in revert. Now there we go. Which I put together. Right, okay. The contract being in reverse after this relationship. Okay. All right. When I see this here, it does feel like when contract is in reverse, it feels like we are walking into the situation in a way that it's like we don't have to do it this way, but I feel like we don't know any other way to do it. And so we kind of continue to do something. I'm feeling like there needs to be something that comes along here that kind of breaks us out of this. It feels like it's the same lesson, but... Hi, Malia Juarez. Is this real? I feel like it is. I mean, you know, I'm doing my best here. You can be the judge of that. You can see how I answer these questions and then be the judge there. But welcome to the channel, by the way. So let me draw another card here. It's a different person. So it's a different person, but when I say it feels like the same lesson, but with a different coat of paint as a possibility. I see what you did there, Anne. Not really. Okay, nothing's real if we're focusing on that, the philosophical aspect of it. Anyway, so tell me, Angela, with this different person, this kind of thing, what kind of situation do you find yourself in with this person? Right, different person, same less. Right. So that's one of the reasons. That's one of the main reasons why I push healing on the channel so much, is because we'll find ourselves be more so the giver. Right, absolutely. So, and that generally comes from when we were younger with our childhood, right? We would do people pleasing actions when we were younger. Right, nothing being equal. And I feel like you're getting tired of that. I feel like you're getting tired of that role. You want to have things being equal. You want to have something where you're not being taken for granted. You're not being, or you are being appreciated. So I can understand if there's some frustration there. That's why healing these wounds, when I talk about it, it may not sound like the funnest thing to do, but when you do that, we no longer get in these relationships or situationships. They no longer happen because we can see what this person wants from us, you know, before we ever get involved. but we have to work on the healing part first, and then we can get into relationships that are more what we would want to have. They're more loving, they're more kind. This relationship opened my eyes. Perfect, perfect. And a lot of times, I want us to focus on this too. A lot of times, relationships aren't there to show us what we do want. A lot of times, they will show us what we will not tolerate or what we don't want. Because from that comparison, because that's the only way human thought works, is through comparisons. Through that comparison, we learn what we do and what we don't want. And so to me, this is good. This is good that we're standing up, we're seeing what's going on, but we need to understand the underlying issue of why we keep letting these people in, right? What's going on with us to make it so that this kind of keeps reoccurring? So I feel like Spirit's wanting to talk about that because you've learned this lesson. You've learned this lesson already. I don't doubt it, Angela. I do not doubt the TV's still there. I I really don't. Honestly, I would well, I'm a bit of a hard ass with stuff like that. I would have either destroyed it or thrown it out or done something because it's a way for that person to get back in whenever they want. As long as the TV's there, they have access to you. If the TV's not there, though, they don't have access. But it needs. It's just kind of a way for them to sneak back in. Oh. So, I've talked to other people, Angela, that. So if we keep attracting, then called and changed it. When he called and he changed when he was going to get the TV, did he set up another date or did he leave it open-ended, like he never set up a time to grab it? Saying, can you hold on to it a little? Okay. And in the meantime, you're wanting to kind of move on with the connection, or you're wanting to make it so that that's no longer in your eye line, because every time you look at it, I'm sure you think, oh yeah, that. So, and it's making it so that we don't keep getting into the same relationship but with a different coat of paint, basically. Um, like I said, that's the healing process, and it's not fun, but once we start addressing the issues, we no longer allow those kinds of people that are time wasters or that are manipulative in our lives because we can see what they are like. Make it like it isn't a thing. Trying to think. He reversed the whole situation. I figured that would happen, Angela. This person doesn't want to take accountability for their actions. So, people like this, we talk about healing from narcissistic abuse. We talk about that. People like this will try to make you seem like you're crazy for standing up for yourself. They'll try to take away anything that makes you an individual, any kind of strong identity, any kind of thing that you have. And these people will try to further isolate you as well. from friends and family, right? They're not good people, and they will make you feel like you're crazy. And then they'll tell you things, or they'll say things that it's like gaslighting, where, again, they make you. The bad part is, I know he is talking to someone else. Good, let him manipulate somebody else. He won't be in your vicinity anymore. I know that sounds horrible to say that, but this person is not, this isn't a good person. And it's a lesson this is a lesson we've learned before. We need to understand, Angela, we need to understand our value and how much we're worth, because you're worth a lot more than this guy can ever fathom, can ever contemplate. And I mean like inner worth. I mean that kind of sense of self, right? And this person, when you kicked them out, that was a good move to make. You're seeing more of their true colors, and you're seeing that they're not a nice person. I mean, he also said that future reference, do not. Let's see. He also said future reference, do not be in your head. It causes problems in relationships. Okay. So, okay. So you second guessing a manipulative person's relationship makes this person feel uneasy. So he said, for future reference, hey, don't ever think about anything. It sounds like he's just trying to keep you small. He also sounds like the kind of person that would say the woman's place is in the kitchen. Sounds like a misogynistic asshole. You know what I mean? It sounds like that kind of person. Um, and you don't. Nobody deserves that. And honestly, Angela, it will be something that when it's all said and done, you'll be glad he's out of there. Let him talk to other people, get him out of your life, and never, in my opinion, never look back. And I feel like Spirit's trying to make that clear too, because that's what it touched on was. Um, I feel like we want to believe other people are good and other people can change because we are good, and we would try to change behavior if it was bad. But it also makes it so that we see the world differently. No, nothing wrong with no. You got to think. There's nothing wrong with thinking. This person's just threatened by the fact that that's when he said he was coming to get his TV. Okay. Angela, is there is there any place you can put that TV that is not in your house? Is there a friend? Is there anyone that can take that TV and just make it so that he can grab it when he wants to, so that he's out of your life? But then hours later changed. Right, right. As long as that TV's there, it's going to be a point where that person can just come in whenever they want. And I just don't like it. It feels like they're just kind of messing with you. Oh, I'm thinking about selling it. Okay, perfect. Perfect. If you need to get people involved, have people that can help. I just don't want you to be unsafe in any situation, Angela. Um, I want you to feel empowered. I want you to get rid of whatever it is that is there, because this person feels like a leech. He's just kind of leeching off of stuff. And then he turns around and tells you things that you did wrong in the relationship when he was the one that wasn't appreciating you. He won't take any blame for his stuff, or he'll act like he understands what you're saying to him just because he's waiting for his turn to speak, and then he'll demean you. He'll say something. Um, that's what my mom said. It's a conversation piece. Yeah, it is. It's a way for him to get back in whenever he wants. And that's not fair to you. That's not fair. That's. Hey there, Morgan Wildwood. I am not doing free readings. Sorry about that. I got the gist. I got the gist of what you said, my friend. Welcome to the channel, by the way. Not doing free ones right now, though. I'm sorry. Oh, you're good, Morgan. Don't worry about it. Two question marks, I'm okay with. Three question marks, it's a little bit iffy. And four question marks, no. Never. I was so in my feelings last night, I was hurt. And it's okay. You weren't stupid. You were not stupid, Angela, not even a little bit. We're in a situation where this person has triggered like a shame response in us, and it's okay for us to feel frustrated or to have feelings. Thank you, Morgan. I hope you're having a nice evening too. Because this person made you feel frustrated, I don't want you to feel stupid, and I don't want you to blame yourself. This person is touching on some traumas that we've been through, and that's why they have access to that part of us. That's why getting rid of this person from our area would be a good idea. I know you do, Angela. I have no doubt. I have no doubt that you try to do right by people. But there can be overly stretching ourselves because we could have people-pleasing tendencies. And what that looks like is that we will take care of everybody else around us except ourselves. And when you are giving out so much energy to everybody else and you don't have anything to nourish yourself, eventually that's going to create resentment. That's with yourself. So we need to work on what's going on there. And a lot of people with the people-pleasing tendencies, I'm one of them. So I'm not talking about this from an angle of like, oh, I'm above that. I'm not. Nobody's above. Anyway, but I also feel like you would have trouble setting boundaries with people, saying this is how it is. But your sense of self-worth lies so much so in you setting boundaries. But it takes time to learn what that feels like. But we have to set healthy boundaries, and we have to set that for ourselves. We have to kind of see what that is. And that again is why I talk about healing on the channel and focusing on healing from that. Because generally, the people-pleasing behavior came from childhood when we were told to sort of just shut up and do what we needed to do. And we were told that love in some way was conditional, meaning that if we didn't meet certain conditions, love could be withheld from us. And if that was the case, like if we didn't get straight A's, no love, or if we didn't do this in school or we didn't do that, if love was conditional growing up, there can be people-pleasing tendencies. And we could also have a kind of thing where we look around to see how mom and dad are feeling, and we're hyper aware of emotional states. And when we're hyper aware of other people's emotional states, that makes it so that we become almost like mind readers, right? Or I call them investiguessors, because we try to figure out what other people are thinking. We think we know what's going on, but we try to pry people open when it's not our place to do that, because we feel like that's going to get us somewhere. But eventually it just gets exhausting. It's not a fun way to be, it's okay. So that resonates. All right. And I understand, and this is the thing right here that I talk about on this channel a lot. If we blame ourselves, we're going back in our head and we're supporting the abuser. We're supporting what made us this way in the first place. Blaming ourselves does not help us get better. Blaming ourselves doesn't help us at all. Being gentle with ourselves, trying another course of action, that's going to help us. Working on the issues, that's going to help us. But beating ourselves up when we're already hurting is not going to make it better. That never makes it better. And I understand you're tired. I get that. I've been through the same thing. I'm still trying to establish healthy boundaries. I'm still trying to understand who I am as a person, right? This is something that takes time, and we need to turn that voice in our heads from this antagonistic, blaming voice into a very gentle, kind voice. But we sort of have to go back in our childhood, and we need to address things in a way where we can bring stuff to the present and sort of heal, right? We can heal our whole selves. And I can give you YouTube channels that literally talk just about this kind of stuff, but getting tired is the best set. If you ask me, you can release and take proper action. Yeah, you can. Getting tired is good because getting tired is right at the borderline of hitting rock bottom. And as soon as you hit rock bottom, the only way you can go is up. So right now we're at that place, Angela, and we can go a little bit more, but eventually we're going to have a burnout. And before that happens, I want you to realize how much you're worth as a person, and I don't want you to beat yourself up. Again, the reason why it happened and the reason why you were feeling the way you were feeling, this person, when we date or when we're with someone from a traumatized or an injured perspective, this person has control over that trauma or that injury that we have. And rather they are there or they are not there, rather they're avoidant or they're insecure attachment styles, whatever it happens to be, they're going to be triggering different wounds in us because when we were growing up, maybe there's a fear of abandonment. And so we don't want this person to leave us because we feel like, oh, that's another person that doesn't want to be around me. I must be a horrible person because no one wants to be around me. Abandonment issues can stem from childhood, absolutely. So that's one of those things it's difficult to get a hold of. And a lot of us will say things, we'll try to convince ourselves, we'll say, well, at least it isn't this bad. When we're in a relationship that isn't working, we'll say, well, it's not this way. That's minimizing the situation. What you're going through is real. What's happening is hurting you. And we need to work on a way that we can make that better so that you're not feeling so frustrated and so upset. I do too, and I wish there was a shortcut to it too. But that's part of living. There's the yin yang symbol, right? The duality. We have black and white in the yin yang symbol. The duality, night and day, black and white, left and right and wrong, dark and light. You know, the whole thing. You understand duality. But our job, from what I feel, is that we need to be right in the very center of the yin yang symbol. We need to be where there is tension and where there is friction, because where there is tension and there is friction, there is growth. When we are challenging ourselves to not be comfortable all the time, we grow as people. I understand that there can be a lot of difficulties in growing because change is scary, whether it's successful change or a failure change. It's the fear of change. It's the fear of evolving that kind of scares us, I think. But it is necessary. When we stay stuck, we limit ourselves completely into what we can become. But that's what I'm feeling that your spirit is trying to tell you, Angela. I can give you some resources on healing from these kinds of things. It's not a fun thing to do, but it's not about being fun. It's something that if you start looking into this and you start doing research, you won't attract the people in your life that will use you anymore. And honestly speaking, I'm going to say this right now. We have two choices. We have two choices when we've gone through trauma in our life. We can become bitter, or we can become better. And I feel like we need to take the other path. We need to take the better path. We need to be better. Okay, so I can share a couple things that talk about this, Angela, and then this can help you kind of grow and understand. So there's a couple resources. I'll type them out here. We have, I believe I'm spelling this guy's name right. Then we have think I spelled that right. And then we have this one. Okay, I think I spelled all those right. Those are 4 resources talking about very similar things. Healing from narcissistic abuse. The thing is, the hardest part of this journey is realizing that we went through it. And during that process, I want us to be very gentle with ourselves. We're going to be uncovering wounds, and if we have days where we are frustrated, if we have days where we're angry, we're upset, let that out. If we can journal, if we can write, if we have the opportunity to do that, please do that. I want you to experience the fullness of your emotions, because the reason why we are going through this now is because we blocked ourselves from feeling. And we generally block ourselves from feeling when we are in childhood. We become numb and we separate from our bodies, our emotional center. And so when we get older, it's hard for us to follow our kind of inner guidance system because we've been disconnected from it. So this helps reunite the inner child with the adult, and you get to go forward in life with that. Because the inner child is a very integrated part to us, but when it is apart from us, we don't grow with it, right? We always feel like something's missing, something is left behind, it shouldn't be this hard. It's because we've been ignoring a part of ourselves, fearing that when we look over and see what it actually is, that it's going to be this giant monster, when really, as soon as we start giving energy to healing, it looks like a monster, but it turns out to be a very deflated balloon. It's not an actual monster. It does dissolve in time, and then we can get better from that kind of from what we've been through. So those are some resources. Those guys that I listed down there, um, they are on YouTube, and they have free resources to understanding what it is you're going through. And as much as you can learn, it's going to help you. The reason why I list YouTube videos when I'm talking about this is because these people talk about things that have happened, different events, different kind of scenarios, and you can say, oh, that's happened with me, that's happened in my life. And they talk about specifics, and you can say, oh, that's happened with me. And when you start to personalize this, then it makes it so that you can understand it more, and you can hold yourself accountable in recovering from this. Because you're not stupid because you went through this. Not at all. We just didn't have any better resources at the time, but now we do, and we can make a choice to change. So I wish that for you, Angela, because honestly, I feel like it would do everyone a world of good. I'm doing this too. I'm on my journey. I'm seeking therapy. I'm doing as much as I can to understand myself and what I'm doing. So it's good to have something. It's good to have something that we can look at and we can learn from. So does that help, Angela? Awesome, Angela. Love it. Amazing. Amazing. Perfect. Angela, that's a good step. That is an awesome step to take, and you're going to be glad you did that. You'll work through this stuff. You'll understand this stuff in time. Um, I don't want you to feel like you have to do it all. You have to do it all today. I don't want it to be this thing that's like a race. I want it to be something that's kind of like it's in your mind and you think about it, and it's something you want to go forward with because you don't want to keep experiencing this. And then in turn, because I know you said you had kids. In turn, if we work on this right now, our kids will grow up. At least I think you said you had kids. But the kids grow up and they get to see that mommy's doing this. They get to see that you've completed this, and you get to help heal generational trauma, which helps everything. It helps everything because you're showing that you're choosing the path of wholeness. And it just helps everything. It really does, because then we're not repeating the same mistakes that we had when we were growing up onto them. They get to have kind of a cleaner slate because we get to support that. Yes, three, two girls, one boy. Awesome. So do it for them too. have this be something for you to uniquely express yourself in a beautiful and healed way, but also have it be something where they get to see what a functional adult looks like, that is focusing on healing, and they are choosing self-love and self-respect. Because then we're not attracting these people in our lives. We're showing them that we are worth what we're worth, and they in turn will take that and they'll have a higher sense of self-esteem and encouragement because they saw that their mom was that way. So have that be something that you use moving forward, because I do believe that would be an awesome thing to have the next generation focused on healing. And instead of doing the unlearning that we're doing now, they get to start with a little bit more of a clean slate. So hopefully that helps. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. So, Anne, are you still there, Anne? Because I can talk about this. You said what happens if we remove all barriers, right? Because there's an answer for that one, and it's a weird answer. It's interesting though. Oh. And if anyone else has a question, we can do this, or if you just have a question for the group, we can do that. Okay, perfect, Anne. Okay, so I'll say this. So you said what happens when we remove all barriers? So and this is in a different government. Okay, so this isn't for me, it's not the United States government, or it's not. I think it's either India or it's a place that's around India. I can't remember, but over 125 or 144, 145,000 individuals have achieved what is called rainbow body. And rainbow body is incredibly fascinating. Do you want me to tell you what rainbow body is, Anne? Because if you're wondering what the removal of all barriers looks like, I can go into some detail on what rainbow body is. From what I've read, I haven't experienced it firsthand. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. But uh, yeah, of course. Okay, so this will blow your mind a little bit. And like I said, over 100,000 people have achieved it, and it's been written. It's been reported in the government. In the, I can't remember where it is. I'll have to get the details on that. But it's been documented extensively. So, rainbow body is the act of someone achieving enlightenment. Now, what would happen if someone achieved enlightenment? What do you think happens? Here's what happens. Okay, so supposedly the person goes into like a meditative state. Usually, they meditate and then they sort of die right there while they're in a meditative state. Let me look here. I don't think it's in Bhutan. I'm thinking I'm saying that right. I don't think it's there. Um, I mean, it could be around that area. I'm not sure, but it's generally Tibetan monks, or it's a different kind of. I wish I had specifics for you. I'm sorry. The specifics aren't necessarily as important because how they achieve it. Yeah. So, um, so what happens is that the person dies. Generally, it's their choice. You just die when yeah. So you just die when the person dies. They meditate. They're in a meditative state. They pass away. When they do that, there is an aura kind of that emanates from the person. So they have passed away, and around, kind of around there, it's called rainbow body because when they die, they have light. They almost have this light that's coming off of them. And what's even more unusual is that there is angelic singing, like humming, like it's not like words, like human words, but it's like this angelic singing, this voice that just sort of comes through, and it's beautiful. Right, you can just die. You don't have to. Okay, well, generally, from what I've read, the rainbow body is like you pass on, but because usually the physical body shrinks after the person has passed, like they've died, their body shrinks and becomes nothing more than like super super tiny, and then it just turns into ash, supposedly. And I would think you'd want to be dead for that, because the alternative would be kind of scary. Um, but it's kind of like you go back into the universal source, but from a state of the enlightenment. But generally, that's achieved through um, getting rid of all attachment, right? And it's funny, right? You can look upon all if you detach. But what's funny about detaching is that imagine if, okay, I'll give you this scenario, and this is where it's confusing, right? So imagine if someone came up to you and they said, the only thing you need to do is get rid of all desire in your life and you'll be fine, right? You'd think, okay, okay, I can do that. I can get rid of all desire. You come back a few years later, the person comes up to you and they said, have you done it? And you said, well, you know, there's one tiny thing that's happening. I got rid of all desire, but now I desire to get rid of desire. It's that catch 22. By wanting to get rid of it, you're desiring it. You're desiring to get rid of it. And so you're attached to the attachment. It's another way the ego kind of plays a part. Because in order to get rid of all desire, do you understand where I'm going with that? It's kind of a catch 22. Um, but the right, it's just a thing. It's just happening. But I'm using it as a form for attachment, because to have a desire is to be attached. You should be unhappening. That would be, yeah. I mean, I can understand what you're saying there. It's, but also, I do believe that life is meant to be experienced in whatever way we see fit. I'm not trying to achieve enlightenment. Um, be cool if it happened, but also probably not going to. Honestly, it's something you have to be pretty dedicated towards, and I'm pretty attached to the world. So, uh, but the rainbow body thing is interesting, and I'm trying to remember the other thing too, because they even had a it was a Catholic priest. You can happen at the same time, but also not. Yeah, well, it's kind of like quantum. In the quantum realm, you can have a superposition, I think is what they call it, where and the quantum internet is going to be based off of superposition. So it's going to be a 0 and a 1 at the same time. Right, right. So it's kind of like you get to exist yet not exist, or you get to be here yet not here. You get to be in the, basically when you're in the present moment as much as you can be. I feel like that's sort of where we need to be. Hey, buddy. Aww. Meow. If you stop happening in total, you would be going about exactly nothing. Yeah, but also the fact that we can observe something is doing nothing means that it's not doing nothing, right? Um, what is nothing? In order to describe nothing, we would have to describe everything. And I feel like nothing and everything are both just kind of words that encompass something. So, uh, what is nothing? If I stand in front of you and I don't do anything, even if I didn't do anything for the rest of your life or the rest of my life, I just stood there, I'd still be doing something. When you observe, you happen. Okay, I can see that point of view. And they show that in the quantum world as well. When you observe, quantum reality changes. So that makes sense. So, yeah, and they talk about, right, and I've heard that before. You observe the observer, the trick of not happening. So you take yourself way out, you observe the observer. I can understand that. I've heard that before. All of it, though, is... Okay, but let's hear what you have to say. Well, therein lies the rub, I suppose. Honestly, I think Alan Watts, for things to move and you can just let it go on. Right, absolutely. Now I lost my thought. My Alan thoughts. It can be. Meditation can be... Meditation, I feel like the way we do it, it's objective or it's goal-oriented. It's to achieve something. And in true meditation, I feel like it's to be something. Yeah, you corner yourself. Absolutely. Oh. Yeah, I believe that. I believe you corner yourself. It's all about that. I'm trying to think of the word for it. That state of flow, I think, is kind of the state that all of us want to achieve, where me and you both, I mean, you do art, I do it sometimes. But when you're in that flow state, it's kind of like you're alive, you're there, you're present, but you're also not. Something else is kind of coming in and helping you with the flow. It's kind of like you understand colors better, you understand things better. Something else sort of takes over in a way when we're in that flow state. And I feel like that's kind of when we feel fully alive, is when we're in that creative space. There's jubilation, there's excitement, there's bliss. The release takes a lot of effort, which is funny, right? It's funny that releasing something takes effort. But again, that's also something... So you say, so Anne, you say the release takes a lot of effort. But maybe that's only because we think it takes a lot of effort, that it does take a lot of effort. Right, something else does come in. I feel, okay, so there was this one thing. Einstein had been working on an equation that he could not solve, right? And one day, a teacher wrote these three equations that Einstein never solved. They wrote them on the board, and the teacher was talking about how Einstein couldn't solve these equations. but a student came in late, so they didn't get to hear the first part. The teacher asked for the students to come up to the board and to, try and finish the equation or whatever. And the one student that came in late that didn't hear that Einstein hadn't solved those equations, he actually solved it. I'll have to look it up, but um, because he wasn't told it was impossible, right? Einstein couldn't solve it, neither can you, kind of a thing. They were able to do it. Um, I feel like it's another way of thinking. If we feel like something is going to be difficult, it will be. It'll be even more so. But also, that comes with. It all kind of becomes a gray mess. It all becomes sort of a. I'll just put it this way. I think if people are looking for an absolute objective truth to the universe, I feel like they're wasting their time. As soon as a person would find an absolute objective truth to the universe, they start a religion, they get really lazy, and then they continue to not grow. They just say, nope, that's it, nothing else. Right? And as soon as someone is in a religion, I feel like they just stop growing. They just stop growing as people because other people tell them what to think, what to feel, and how to go about that. So objective truth, I think, in a spiritual sense, doesn't exist. I think it's subjective to every person and what they want to experience. Yeah, once we kind of stop our thoughts, our comprehending, our understanding, we do grow more as people. We tend to have a cognitive bias in trying to stay exactly the same all the time. I think the older we get, it's harder for us to change as people. When we're little, we're discovering new things all the time. When we get older, we get stuck in a rut. We have a very hard time changing our ways. But I hear you, Anne. I hear you. You're very knowledgeable on this. Very knowledgeable. Or we get tired of things. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Getting tired of things, like I was saying earlier, that is close to hitting rock bottom, which generally means that we change. That generally means we change. But seriously, the release has many ways. It does. I'm sure. Definitely this reality in itself is just nuts. Honestly. How it's all constructed, everything that's going on, the lessons, the fact we're all entangled in this thing is fascinating to me. A bit concerning too, but mostly fascinating. You can actively do it in the physical as a starter for many. Give me, and if you wouldn't mind, can you give me an example of actively doing it in the physical? Okay, like a small death. Okay, like an ego death is what you're talking about. I've definitely experienced a small death before. Not the funnest thing, I'll be honest with you, but when we hold on to ego and identity, then of course when we release it, it's going to sting a little bit. second here. Okay, I know what you're saying. Okay. So when you say the physical, you are talking about releasing tension, releasing the muscle. So that makes sense. Okay. Basically, like when you're wanting to astral project or go out of body, we do the muscle exercises to release the tension in the muscles. And then from there, we can release the other tension. Because the outer world affects the inner world and so on and so forth. The macro affects the micro. I believe is what you're saying. Hey, buddy? Yeah. What are you up to, buddy? An abortion of the control. Absolutely. And in comes the other bodies. Absolutely. When you get rid of the one, another one has to kind of take its place because nature abhors a vacuum. Nature doesn't want there to be a vacuum. So when the one leaves, the other one has to take its place. Kind of like it's magnetically drawn in or something. You don't have to focus it. You don't have to try and do it. It just happens. Again, I believe that's what you're saying. Hey, buddy. What are you doing? Something else subtle will make its appearance. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what it's called, is the subtle body. I always say, at first when we're starting on the spiritual journey, but will go away when we don't pay attention to it. Yep. I always say when we're starting in spirituality, when we're talking about, spirit's voice, mediumship, basically is what I'm referring to. It's like trying to hear a whisper in a really loud thunderstorm. But eventually, when we focus enough on the whisper ends up becoming the thunderstorm, right? The whisper ends up gaining in loudness and in clarity. And so whatever we put our attention to, we get more of. So like you said, we put attention on the subtle body, not on controlling it, but on experiencing it. I do believe that that's how we get to that state. Again, I believe that's what you're referring to. Right. And there are people out there, yogis sometimes be that way. They're focusing on reality in a completely different way. And yeah, it can be that too. Could be normal people who are in their minds mostly. But then I feel like when you're in your mind, the way you're talking about, you're just thinking, oh, thank you. He is a lovely little thing. Aren't you, buddy? Um, well, when we're talking about people that are thinking, like what you're saying, people that are thinking about thoughts, right? They're thinking about their own thoughts. They're thinking about the thoughts they're thinking. I feel like when you're in your head like that, you don't have the resources or the faculties to focus on your subtle body. Could be wrong in that, but when we're thinking constantly or when we're in our heads mostly, we don't allow room for anything else to come in our body. We don't allow room for the subtle body to come in because we're too busy thinking to focus on something subtle. We'd rather be caught up in the fantasy world, right? Ah. Okay, so let's talk about this because I feel like I'm getting inclusion is kind of hard. Well, include me on what we're talking about here because I'm curious. So you've been saying sets. It is easier to go with the safe. But when you say it's the same about emotional sets, when you say emotional sets, what is that referring to? Maybe I'm just not understanding it. I've just never heard emotional sets, or I'm just curious. You getting your food, buddy? I do believe he is. The parts of you that moves, meaning thoughts and emotion? It's a bad wording since it's kind of the thick that moves you from your mind. When you say the thick, you mean the physical body and physical reality? Is that what you're talking about? It sounds like we're getting into a place of. I think I'm getting it. I'm not saying you're saying anything wrong. I'm saying I can't. I'm having a hard time comprehending it. You're probably explaining it just fine. I'm just having a hard time comprehending it. Oh, the integration. Okay. The integration is. Yeah. It's interesting because there's. I mean, you probably already know. It seems like you have some extensive knowledge on the subject. Um, so you probably already know what a siddhi is, I would imagine, or what siddhis are. Siddhis. Well, that makes sense. Because with emotion, there's a tide. There's the emotion, there's the feeling, and then the feeling initiates a response or an action, right? With thoughts, they don't initially mean taking action. It's just a thought. But emotions are a little more. Okay, I see what you're saying. So Is it kind of like a pyramid? Consciousness would be at the top, and then other things would be down. It will move if you look upon the emotional. Right. So where you place your awareness, movement happens. Okay. That makes sense. Emotion is energy in motion. I know that part. Sets will be parts that you move with. Okay. So are you saying as you go along in the journey, your emotions, just so I get this, your emotions change? Your ways determine how you move with it. So you're saying our emotional body changes the way that we interact. Yeah, okay. Kind of a cause and effect situation. Okay, so it is a pyramid where there's one thing at the top, and then it kind of snowballs down. Each thing gets more and more thick as you described it. So the subtleness would be at the top and the thickness would be at the bottom. Sort of like how humans have different bodies, like a Russian nesting doll kind of situation. Okay, now I can understand. So a set that you're talking about would be like different levels. So if my set is a very high set, then right, okay, that makes sense. That makes more sense. If I imagine it as levels that we go to when you say sets, I think I get it. So what, if I can ask this, what philosophy is this from? Where did you learn this? A high set can be BS anyway. Is this like, it's just what you move with? Okay. Hmm. Spirit mayhem. Hey, buddy. So is it a modality of teachings that helped you get to a better place? Is that what you're talking about? let's say it helps me get tired of things, but it's all about what you are willing to neglect and also not, that you can do anything in any moment. Okay, I like that. You can do anything at any moment, but as soon as you observe the fact that you can do anything at any moment, you become a singularity, right? And then when you're a singularity, you're predictable. You're no longer potential energy, you are defined energy. You're good, you're good. And I understand how it is, philosophy, this kind of stuff in itself. Um, I don't want you to give me your experience. I like hearing about it, though. I think it's interesting. But you don't, and I'm definitely not saying, well, prove it, right? That's not going to help anybody. I just think it's interesting. And I was curious where you were learning it from. I'm resonating with what you're saying so far. It makes sense. And nothing is. Nothing is the truth. I don't want to be that person, but I'll be that person. To imply truth, I feel like, is to admit that one experience is more right than all the other experiences. There's truth, or one thing is better than everything else. There's truth. We live in a duality system, therefore truth, absolute truth, I don't think can really exist. I'm going to leave it at spirit mayhem. Okay. Okay, I hear you. If it helped you, that's all I care about. Is that you're, you feel good with that. I appreciate the talk, though. I appreciate having someone to chat with. I'm looking at a bunch of these different pens. All of them have different like sizes. It's hard to show. I hear you. We're all just here doing stuff, aren't we? I personally believe the best teachers in life is direct experience. Odd drawings? The well, these are different. These are different pens, right? These are don't want to. Oh, don't want to do that either. Hold on. I'll show you here. I think that was coming out. Or is that how they all look? Nope, definitely not. Hold on, I'll show you in a second here. I say odd as a way to, I don't know, I guess I just feel self-conscious. So I say odd as a way to mitigate things. Because maybe what I draw, other people wouldn't like. I'm trying to work on that. Yeah. Okay, so these different pens here, they're micron graphic pens. And they're interesting because you have different tips here. So this one's crazy, and crazy in a good way. I think it's interesting. So we have this pen here, and then when you take the top off, it is well, it's a brush. Not charcoal. It's it says micron graphic. So I think it's just ink. Hand. Let's see. It says on the back here, hand lettering pins. Oh, okay. Okay, I see that. They just have different tips here. Yeah, it's ink. It's cool though, because you have like this one here. This is the smallest tipped one, and then I'll show you the biggest tipped one that I have, which I think is this one. Okay, so here's the biggest tip, and I'll show you here. I mean, that's pretty good size. And then here's the smallest tipped one. That's crazy. The size difference is interesting. I'm very easily amused. A point of interest. Hold on. But you can't even see the tip of this pen. It's so tiny. There's a tip on there, but you can't. The camera can't even see it. What do you mean, Anne, with draw you a point of interest? What would a point of interest be? Just micron. Definitely not used to these styles. I don't know. I don't know how long they last. Got these a few days. Well, got these like a week ago. This is the first time I've tried them out. I've also got these too. They're like colored pencils. I won't open those up right now, but the brush one is interesting. I mean, because it's an actual brush. If I take it, like we have a mostly, let's do this one. We have like a blank piece of paper. And then this brush one. I mean, probably not doing this justice. Yeah, you can sort of see the brush strokes in it. Kind of hard to see though. Use 3. All right, I'll show you here. So this is the brush one. It'll focus. It's kind of hard to see where the brush made its. You can see it's pointed at the end, and so that's the brush one. I'll use 3. I'll show you here. Let's do. Well, that's the. Okay, so let's do the tiniest one. And then let's do the biggest one. And let's do 4. Let's do this one. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. My angle work is definitely what I'm known for. Not really. I don't know what I'm known for. And that's okay. Okay, so let's get rid of the. Well, I'll use that one. This one. Okay. Let's try these ones. So that was the brush. Like I said, you can see the tip. I don't have anything. I can hold it against my face. That's like the only comparison I can do. That was the one I just showed you. This is the a size 8 is what it said. So let's see what that one does. Oh, It's like a really weird marker texture. So this one is... This one's a 0.4. I do have a 0.3, but that's a 0.4. Yeah, it's not doing anything. Okay. This one's not bad, though. I'll show you this one. Euro measures here. Okay, okay. Well, this one here is about 3 stone. If we're talking about Euro measurements, let's talk about how you guys weigh things with rocks. That over there is about 8 boulder. Okay, I'm liking this one. I'll show you kind of what this one does. So, that kind of thicker style. Okay, right there. And then I did these lines on the bottom here. Using that kind of thicker style. I don't know, it's not bad. It's not... I'm trying to think what I could use these for. Used to doing solids on the pins here with that kind of thin style. They're interesting. I mean, it's the thin ones dry out in no time. Okay, I'm gonna have to keep them covered up then. I could totally see that though. They're nice though. They're very like detail oriented, I guess. I'm thinking that's what they're for. I mean, these are pretty good quality. They're called just Micron Graphics. I mean, on Amazon, I think they're pretty good quality, but I'm not an artist, so I don't know good quality if it bit me on my patoot. But, I mean, they seem nice. I'll just have to keep them covered, which I'm usually pretty good with. I let my goldfish dry out, but that was... No, I'm just kidding. That would be horrible. I think I've seen you on the channel before, Anne. I'm not sure, though. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've seen you on the channel. But I feel like it was a little while since I saw you last time. The thin ones are fun, though. Dodgy questions. What would you define as a dodgy question? And is that UK speak or Euro speak or something? Dodgy. I mean, like fishy questions, shady questions. Is that what we're talking about? I will take being a normal person as a compliment. For the first time in my life. So you feel far from normal, I take it? Oh, as in people don't want to hear the answers. I see. I hear what you're saying. It do be like that sometimes. I know we have our biases, I guess. You're good. You're good. I'm just giving you a hard time. I get the best of both worlds. I look fairly normal, but when I go out and I don't feel normal. I look fairly normal, and when I go out, I can pretend to be one of them. Right. That's what it's all about. It's interesting. It's interesting how spirit works. I was watching a video the other day. It was interesting. It's like six or 7 minutes long. And it was talking about how some infinities are bigger than other infinities. I just found that interesting. I can share the link to the video if you want me to. It was talking about how a hotel room that had an infinite number of rooms couldn't fit infinite people inside of those rooms. It was interesting anyway. It's a weird little aside. Okay, I'll share a link. Hold on. There is nothing wrong with debating, right? Only someone who is stuck in their belief system would have an issue with debating. But I also would have an issue with debating if it was a certain topic, wouldn't I? I'm a human. I have my own, I don't want to say agenda because that doesn't sound right. I have things I don't want to look at myself, right? I have parts of myself I'd rather not look at, so I would debate against all sorts of things. Okay, I'll share the video. Let me see if I can find it. I'll share the link. I gotta find the right thing. Hold on here. There it is. Okay.
Writing's not that.
Oof. That was loud. You can do whatever you want with that video. There will not be a pop quiz. If you want to look at it, you can. You don't have to. You know, really, it's something I found interesting. It's about 6 minutes long. But by all means, our time here is precious. So if you don't want to watch it, I understand. I'm also going to take this time to probably log off for the night. I'm going to be on again Monday at 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. But I do have to get up in the morning, so I think I'm going to leave it at that. And thank you for keeping me company. I always appreciate that. I'll keep the chat going here while I'm cleaning up and getting stuff put away, but yeah, so well, I'll just start moving stuff over. Let's put these ones up. Let's see what we have here. Destiny, 6 of Cups, and well, thank you. Thank you, Enmei. Well, I'm sure we'll have some more discussions. So, if I don't see you on Monday, that's just fine. I will see you when I see you, my friend, okay? And you take care. Have a good night / morning. I know things are probably different from where you're at. Everything's different. I don't know where I was going with that. Anyway, have a good one. I will talk to you when I see you next time. Take care, my friend, okay?